A little over 30 years ago, Van McCoy and I met, and I became his artist. He wrote all of my material, and I traveled and sang with him as a group as well as an individual artist. And after a while, we decided that my career should go into a different direction. So we went into the studio, and this is what we recorded. I've been running scared, and it's you I've been running from, 'cause I'm so afraid to trust in my heart with anyone. And we changed my name to Sandy Sheldon. Would you believe that for 30 years, they've been looking for me in England? And that's the strange world of Northern Soul.
In 1966 in Detroit, I recorded a song called Happiness is Here. It was a great song, but it really didn't do too much. Now, 30 years later, I discovered that I was popular and successful on the Northern Soul scene, and that's wonderful in itself. But then something really strange happened out of the blue. I made some demos in 1968 with some guys in Connecticut while I was on tour with King Curtis. I thought I was doing a demo, and I never knew it had been released until I got a phone call from England, and I heard on the phone, "I'm just a pebble on the beach and I sit and wonder why." And I found out that they had the nerve to change my name to Toby Legend. Now that's the strange world of Northern Soul.
Over 30 years ago, I worked for Berry Gordy as a writer and as a producer at Motown Records. I had just completed my own single when standing backstage at the Fox Theater, he casually mentioned to me, "Do you really want to be an artist, or would you prefer to be a writer and a producer?" I thought about it for a moment, and then I replied, "I'd rather be a writer and a producer." And so he proceeded to destroy all of the records. And then I found out there are two that remained. And would you believe that somebody from Scotland paid £15,000 to own it? Here I am on bended knees, I'm laying my heart down at your feet. Now, do I love you? And that's the strange world of Northern Soul.
That I'm feeling way down deep. I think about you day and night. I love to feel you all the time. You can make the whole world feel right to me.
I was there at the dawn of the Northern Soul scene. It was very much a particular way of life. The music, the clothes, the scooters, all the venues. And drugs, of course, played a part in that as well. The clothes were specifically based around some Ben Sherman shirts, Levi jeans, Lee Riders, brogues, suits, which were very much a part of it all, particularly when we went dancing in the evenings. We were soul rebels, and Saturday nights we'd travel to the Manchester Wheel by train from Blackpool. Going to the Wheel every Saturday was a pilgrimage. That was the place we needed to be, that's where the action was, that's where the music started. One of the important things to remember about this underground cult was that here were we, just white boys, very heavily involved in black music. We were pretenders to some extent, but we thought nothing of it. This was the music that we loved. We wanted to pretend that we were black. We danced as though we were black. We even sung as though we were black.
The music was special, the clothes were special, the people were ideal. And everyone's idea on a Saturday night was together from different parts of England to, if you want to look at it, look, it was their shrine. It was an absolute magical evening for all the sounds. Everyone was happy, specialised drugs, specialised music, special people. It wasn't a cult, it was a secret sort of society, if you want to call it. It was the beginning of designer mods, the modern generation that wanted to be involved with it. The music was extra special, and still is to those that was actually there at the time. The fashion was the start of what you call, the leading up to now, what we call designer clothes. Ben Sherman's and Moa suits, you identified yourself. Every other Tom, Dick and Harry were rockers in leather, and you knew they weren't into it. They'd be into anything else but Northern Soul.
Once upon a time in Detroit, there was a key moment in popular music history. The session musicians of Motown Records, and that's Benny Benjamin, James Jamerson, Earl Van Dyke, great players, produced rhythms which were absolutely ideal for dancing. And really, you could say that was the birth of disco music. They certainly had an on-the-fours sound, which became really the sound of young America, and eventually international popular music of huge popularity. But time moved on. By the 70s, that particular sound was all but forgotten. New styles of black music had come along. But it wasn't completely forgotten. Of all places, it was very popular in the north of England. DJs came out of the clubs and began to play these records. And as they began to explore the music of black America, they went deeper and deeper into it. The sounds they found, the records they found, were by not very well-known artists. In fact, they were by the Temptations and the Supremes who weren't. In other words, unknowns who just wanted to be stars, who made a record or two, couldn't give up their day jobs, and drifted back into complete obscurity. Back in the early 70s, I found out about this thing called Northern Soul, and I decided to write a book about it. Unfortunately, the book never got written, but I'm fascinated now that all these years on, Northern Soul is coming back into focus because it never died. And it's a fascinating story. Thinking about Northern Soul now, I'd say it has produced some of the most amazing stories behind the music of any type of music. And this is the strange world of Northern Soul.
7 days is too long to wait till Saturday comes back around. 7 days is too long to wait till Saturday, and my heart starts to pound again. That's when
There's one thing that I always used to say, and that was, my life is my soul and my soul is my life. And it was just as if like you lived for the weekends. You know, there was nothing else that was important at that time. I remember writing a letter to my dad when I was about 20 saying, if this was it, if I was going to die soon, then I'd had a good life, you know. And he keeps this letter to this day, you know, but it was just how everybody felt. It just meant so much. You'd be there, you know, on the train, on a bus, you know, and somebody opposite or, you know, was like sat there reading Blues and Soul or had a sticker on the bag, and suddenly, you know, you'd known this person forever. You'd be getting into some conversation, you know, about the music, about how everyone was feeling, where they were from, who they knew, and suddenly you knew just so much about them, and it just felt, it was just great.
I didn't get excited about Northernsoul to be able to walk into a record shop in the high street in any British town and buy that record. I got excited by the fact that it was forbidden, it was underground, it was secret, it wasn't readily available. You had to travel huge distances, you had to stay up all night, you had to stand in petrified fear watching these older guys trading, and you were a young person in the out, you know, it was a rites of passage thing. You wanted to be part of that kind of atmosphere.
What I like about Northernsoul is you've got this combination of people in the north of England, like England, who are into the strange lifestyle, rare records, staying up all night, druggy parties, blah 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 blah, everything that's well chronicled. But the thing I like that's in tandem with that is you've got these records that people worship, are made by people who had their own dreams of their own. They wanted to be the Supremes or the Temptations. They never actually had a chance of succeeding, but they made this record in this romantic illusion that they could make it. And I think it's kind of touching that you've got this scene thousands of miles away, 30 years later, that's devoted to the music. Maybe it doesn't give the artist the success they wanted, but in a kind of naive, daft way, I think it's kind of cool.
You felt as though you were something special. Here was a club in Blackpool that people from all over the country came to, and you were the country might have had 52 million people, but you were 600 people who were there, and that was it.
I honestly think that the rarity and the price of the records and the demand that is created on the Northern Soul scene by various DJs from whatever era, I actually think that overshadows the record. I sometimes think that people don't actually analyse it for a piece of music rather than it's going to cost them £1,000 to buy it. The artists, for whatever reason at the time of making these records, they had dreams, aspirations, they wanted to become famous, they were trying to emulate the stars, the big stars at Motown, Stax, Atlantic, these types of people. Because they were Motown-esque records, if you like, they had a similar sound, they didn't have hit records with them. It doesn't make them bad records, and this is probably why the Northern Soul scene enjoys them so much, because they were failures, basically. They were commercial disasters at the time, and we get off on records which weren't hits.
Once you're into it and once you've committed yourself to it, the emotional investment that you make is so huge, it's nothing you can ever get away from. It's always there. It's about a way of life. It's about having respect for the culture of Black America.
In the early 70s, which was a slightly grey time, Northern Soul really did give this almost paradise that people could go away and escape to. Other people that had money could escape on holiday, Spain, somewhere like that. I couldn't afford to do that, but I could escape to Wigan. But most ordinary people didn't know, and so you were part of this almost secret society. And there was, you could actually, a working class person could be an elitist, which was something they couldn't achieve, or they could hardly achieve in any other way. But there was something, there is something interesting, important about me.
The thing about Northern Soul is that most people, when they get into music, are fairly young. They usually get into it in their teens and what have you. And then they go through a period when they're very much into soul music or R&B or rock and roll, whatever it is, reggae. And then they leave it for various reasons. They get married, other priorities come into their life. But with Northern Soul fans, it seems as though once bitten, it was there throughout their lives. And even when they got married, they had children, but they came back. They came back to their roots, basically. And that Northern Soul streak continues to run through them, and it will be with them till the day that they die.
Northern Soul for me means a collection of people who are united with the love of the music, the train spotters who would run 500 miles to collect a record with a big red A on it, or the people who just want to look fabulous and dance all night. It's a passion.
I just used to buy Kent albums and stuff, and then I think it was when I went to an all-nighter at the Ritz in Manchester, and there were all these guys about with their boxes of 7 inches, like buying and selling. I was like, oh, go and have a look, see what they've got and stuff. And then the guy DJing, I don't know who it was, don't know whether it was one of the casino DJs or something, but he was playing, and I'd never seen a club DJ like doing what they did before, where they talk in between the records and things, because I suppose, I don't know, having kind of grown up going out to techno clubs and stuff, and it was all seamlessly mixed, and then you just say that the guy's got some stash there, and he'll just go, I've been looking for this record for 30 years, I got it this week. And then it kicks off, and it'll be some really good tune, and you just sort of, at the time you just sort of think, oh, it's probably worth looking for.
The one thing Northern Soul was to me was always angst in the lyric and the melody, always. And I never saw a song that became a classic on the Northern Soul that didn't have angst. They had to. There was some Northern records I didn't get, and I think that's true of every musical genre. There are certain areas, no matter how you're into, you didn't get. But the ones I got that I understood and that were my biggest records had the best lyric, the most amazing soulful voice where the guy was tearing his heart out singing it, and had a melody that always you could die for. And if you look at the J.J. Barnes, you look at all those records, Major Lamps, they've all got amazing vocals. And I always remember Bobby Paris personally, absolutely unreal.
I talk about it to people now, they haven't got a clue what I'm talking about. It's alien to them. It's an amazing story, this underground culture, this subcult, 30 years and more. Kids of 19 are into it, people of 50 are into it. People, you know, Northern Soul now is reaching other countries. It's unique, it's amazing. Rock and roll is dead and gone, but Northern Soul still goes on for 30 years. People are still finding records which we've never heard of. Labels are popping up. New singers singing old songs. It's a really, yeah, it's a subcult.
I'm an American who got into Northern Soul via the mod scene in the early 80s in New York. And I first got into Motown, and then from there, a friend of mine sent me a tape with stuff that sounded like that, but wasn't Motown. And those peculiar artists, those odd songs that I'd never heard of before were it. And I started looking for those records, and that is what I got into.
The numbers of people into Northern would probably come originally from some sort of working class background. That's not to say that Northern doesn't and hasn't cut across class barriers, because obviously it has. You know, if you take a straw poll of people into Northern, you probably find all sorts of walks of life and professions and whatever. The idea that people can spend money on records rather than other financial priorities like spending on food, gas or whatever, it's not a surprise to me, because there was a point in my life, a long time ago when I first left home, I can distinctly remember I lived in a damp, horrible bedsit, not too far from here. And one night, I was probably at the lowest of the low. I actually sat in bed, because it was the only place I could keep warm, eating a cold tin of beans, because I had no matches, no money, because all the money that week, all my wages had gone on records. I'd been to Wigan at the weekend, I'd spent all my money. But to me, that was kind of, you know, that was part of it.
A Northern Soul music record is something with a lot of heavy beat, lots of strings in the background, touch of brass, horns, all coming together at the right time. Paced at the right time, timed at the right time, with a lot of with great vocals. Soul music to me is very much love. You know, it's all love stories, be it in love, out of love, finding love, discovering love, losing love. It's great music.
The scene itself stems mainly from black American music. We've all heard of Stax and Tamla Motown, but there are a lot of other labels out there producing great music, sometimes a lot better than Stax and Motown did it themselves. The scene also stemmed partly because of the people, the code, the dress, the language. It was a language and a scene all wrapped up in itself, and if you weren't part of it, you were sort of looking in, if you like, from the outside. But once you actually been to a gig, been to an all-nighter, if it hooked you for life. And it was not so much a musical format that you followed for a brief period and then trends and things changed. It was something that was deep-rooted down within you, and you became part of a particular, very unique musical experience. And not just the music, but a lifestyle as well that went with it.
It's a magical tempo, a magical beat. It's usually by a black artist, which obviously I want it to be. It's danceable, it's soulful, it's fast, and it's got everything. And it should only last about 2 minutes 50 seconds, and that'll do for me.
Northern Soul, for people living on northern coastal estates, was an escape from the 3-day week. We go out every weekend, meet people from all over the country who actually felt the same way, and it made you feel better. The music made you feel better, and then you have to go back, carry on with your normal life, your hard life, and then do it again the week after.
The more obscure the label and the more obscure the artist, the better. The more obscure the record, the more value that record had. And there was then less chance of somebody else finding, discovering or playing the same record. The kudos with the DJs all revolved around having something that nobody else did.
When I walked on stage at the Mecca and I saw how the people of England responded to me, it was just so beautiful. And you know, it's like being so happy for something that you really want deep down in your heart. And then all of a sudden, it comes true. And so I was just so elated, so exhilarated. I mean, and to know that it, you know, is something that's really real, you know. And when I sang Hit and Run, I'm a victim of a hit and run. He scored a hit and now he's gone. He really made a fool of me, and I was so blind that I couldn't see it. And they just went absolutely wild.
He
The mentality of the scene could be encapsulated in the Dobie Gray record at the In Crowd, where he does say, we have our own way of walking, we have our own way of talking. Very important at that time. If you wore a suit, it had to be 3-button. It had to be buttoned at the top button. If it was buttoned on the middle button, you were a div. You had to have a single vent in the back, which went to the waist. You had to have flaps on your pockets, which were slightly sloping. You had to have a ticket pocket on the right-hand side. You had to have a parting in your hair. A very good friend of mine confessed to me once he was jealous of me because my parting was better than his. I just had dead boring straight hair and he had a slight wave and he just couldn't get a party like I could. Ridiculous when you look back, but it was all in the details.
So a lot of people these days think that, you know, I'm crazy to travel all over the country to listen to these particular records. They say, well, what are you going for? You know, you're there picking up women, or you're there drinking all night long. They don't understand it's actually about the music. And that's the sole reason for going. And unless they actually attend and sort of get into that themselves, I can't really explain to them what it is about this sort of music, which is, you know, makes me so passionate about it. Words fail me really, you know, it's just so emotive. Those sort of high vocals, the stomping beats, and also the friendliness of the people that are on the scene.
When people ask me what Northern Soul's all about, I have to think, and I think to myself, well, if I have to explain it to you, then chances are that you probably wouldn't understand. It's something special. It's music to suit you. That's what you look for. You don't look for what somebody's trying to throw you in the charts. You look for music that you want. You look for a look that you want. You look for a style that you want.
Beautiful would be an understatement to describe this love we share. So often we show our gratitude for this love beyond compare. Yes, my darling, it's only you. Now it's clear everyone can see. Our love is in the pocket, right there inside it. Our love is in the pocket, right there inside it. Time moves fast when we're together, but slow when we're apart. Darling, we're no good separated for an each other part. Happiness beyond the screen must be living in a dream. Our love is in the pocket, right there inside it. Our love is in the pocket, right there inside it. So doggone good. Happiness beyond the screen must be living in a dream. Our love is in the pocket, right there inside it. Unexplainable is the answer to this loving love affair. If there's a love like ours in existence, surely I wonder where. Happiness beyond the screen, also living in a dream. Our love is in the pocket, right there inside it. Our love is in the pocket, right there inside it. Our love is in the pocket, right there inside it. Our love is in the pocket, right there inside it. Our love is in the pocket, right there inside it.
The clubs were not the be-all and end-all of a Northern Soul weekend. A Northern Soul weekend was typically turmoil from start to finish. The thing about getting to the club, the thing about planning your week. It started on a Monday. You were phoning around trying to get lifts, get some gear, get to the club. You'd eventually mess around in Manchester all afternoon, end up on a bus to the Torch or whatever. The whole week was taken up with arranging one day out on a Saturday. And that's what you live for, the whole week.
I think it was very easy to make friends in that crowd in those days. It was a brotherhood, and that's the thing that I would always look back on and give the uniqueness of Northern Soul. Everybody knew everybody, regardless of their backgrounds, where they came from. There were crowds from Burnley, there were crowds from London, there were the Midlands crowd, the Manchester crowd, a lot of them, the old doyens of the Twisted Wheel days.
The irony, or one of the ironies for me about the Northern Soul scene was that it was a tribute to the black performers, adored and enjoyed by a predominantly white audience, a white, young, working class audience, who actually owed no great allegiance to the heritage of the performers that they were enjoying. So it was a strange, it may even have been the first time in this country that that kind of crossover happened in a mass market.
There weren't many black people going out on what was become known as the Northern scene because their parents, being of West Indian background, music that influenced them was very different. They liked things like Harry Belafonte, etc., more sort of that easy listening side of black music, as well as ska. There were some crossover R&B things that influenced them, but not much of that Motown 4/4 beat, which became synonymous with Northern Soul.
I think the most magical and amazing thing about Northern Soul is the fact that it's the ultimate subculture. It's the thing that I think most young British people have always kind of dreamed that they would be part of. More important than being a mod, more important than being in the rave scene, more important than being a punk or a new romantic or whatever. This was the ultimate secret subculture. It was, I think, in lots of ways, and still remains, something that's very much a kind of connoisseur's scene. It was about people that always thought they were at the vanguard of taste and whatever. It was people that were obsessed with black American music. It was about people that wanted to go to clubs. It was about people that wanted to stay out late and take their own kind of chemicals. It was about all of the things that, you know, being part of a subculture is about. Northern Soul was the best.
Turn aside, don't you leave me so unsatisfied. The coldness of your kiss leaves me unsatisfied. Don't make me feel like this. I'm so unsatisfied. Don't you know that it's more than my pride that we all stepped upon? Baby, I could cry now. I wanna cry now. Leave me your love gone. Put yourself in my place. Feel what I feel inside. It's hard, it's that I face. I'm so unsatisfied, don't you know? And I love you so much that I can't be denied. Give me what I need now. Oh, I plead now. I'm begging you. Oh, baby, don't you turn aside. Don't you leave me so unsatisfied. I long to make you mine. Lord knows how much I tried. You turn from me each time. I'm so unsatisfied. Don't you know that I love you so much that I can't deny? Yeah, yeah, baby, now.
The reason I had such respect and still have such high regard for the Northern Soul scene is that they're very discerning. They don't buy into, like there's nothing wrong with it, I'm not criticizing, but the whole marketing strategies of modern market people in record companies. They tell you should like this or you should like, everything is packaged into a thing. Northern Soul know what they like. And that's it. If they don't want to get out of that, that's what they like. That's what gives them the high. That's, you know, and I respect that. I really love that.
The crush to get into the all-nighters used to be something you had to believe, had to experience to truly take into account. Go up the stairs, hand over your $5 or whatever it was. In my case, I used to have my age questioned, and of course you'd already rehearse your 18-year-old age and birth date to allow you to get in. But then when you were actually in, you were actually there, the church, the Holy Grail of Northern Soul, which it was the focal club, which from where most of the big sounds came, for my generation anyway. But you'd go through the big double doors into the main hall, and the atmosphere, the heat, the smells, the sounds, everything would hit you.
I gave you everything that I had. But baby, you just wouldn't let me be your man. Oh, I said I got to get me out of this place. I said I got to get me back in the rain.
Northern Soul was a music that was completely steeped in one point in time, 1966, and it was about the beat, not the rhythm. It developed through 67, which was probably its highlight in terms of creatively. But it really took its point its actual inspiration from the 66 sound of Motown. That was what it was about, and it was about brilliantly conceived pop songs that were verse, chorus, verse, chorus, verse, chorus, bang, written by some of the finest songwriters in the world like Dozier Holland and William Robinson and all the Motown writers of the time, and great black singers.
In the 60s, I mean, there was an incredible amount of record coming out every week, you know, compared to now, because the production cost of recording was much less than it is now. And so, I mean, literally hundreds of records were coming out every week, and it was, of course, impossible that all of them would become hits, you know. And I think the best Northern Soul records are records who have the potential to be number one, but with the competition couldn't be. That's how I would see it myself.
The most vivid memory I've got of all of those clubs, almost, I mean, because they were all mirror images of each other. The most vivid memory I've got is of when they turned the buildings out at like 5 or 6 in the morning in the middle of November, in the bleak, cold, windy, rainy, snowy, and all kinds of stuff like that. All these people, it was like something out of the Night of the Living Dead. The doors would open, all these people would pour out, and they'd all go off in different directions. There'd be no buses, no trains, and I used to think, well, why would anyone do this? But they did.
Remember how we laughed and
Northern Soul was a phenomenon of the 70s. The music, however, was an extension of what was happening in the 60s. Very mono-sounding, stomping music, full of strings, horns, wailing vocals. Great songs. I mean, the songs had to be great because production wasn't as good in the 60s as it was in the 70s. It followed on really from what was happening in Motown, to Motown in Detroit in the 60s. The records were very rarely heard outside of the north of England, hence the term Northern Soul. They weren't chart hits, they were just very, very underground and became very collectible. In fact, the whole scene has a lot more to do with the collectability of records than it is about, you know, the chart worthiness of the records themselves.
The essence of Northern Soul is, it sounds like somebody who's trying to make a Motown record, but it's different. It's got a similar feel, but it's got a different sound. Very often it's kind of got a more earthy, kind of raw, kind of vocal, and it's got a similar kind of feel, but it's less sophisticated. It's looser sometimes, you know. Motown records to me are Motown records. They're not Northern Soul. Northern Soul record is something. I always think of Northern Soul records as having been made by people who were trying to make Motown records and just didn't quite get it right, you know. Maybe they hadn't the resources. I mean, a lot of the greatest Northern Soul records came out on tiny little labels, you know, made by people who didn't have a pot to piss in.
The Northern Soul scene, there wasn't really anything like it, because to see a whole room full of people so not only like high on the music, but also athletically high. The dancing was a precursor of what you would see with breakbeat dancers, where everybody would gather around a breakbeat dancer on a piece of lino on the floor. Well, it was like that there, but so many people were doing it, and the energy level was so high, and the sweat was so intense in the air, like you could cut it, you know. And the context was so remarkable because it was all surrounded by tartan and horns coming out of the wall and things like that. It was just a phenomenal picture, you know. And of course, the energy of the music and the speed of the dancers was not unaffiliated with the speed amphetamine that they were taking. I don't think any music scene has ever existed at that intensity, going all night long, putting out that much wattage and energy without some, you know, stimulant fueling it.
With nothing left, that little to spend, but what's the buck when you got out?
My love you took for granted and have left me
If you ask me about the most memorable night I ever had DJing on the Northern Soul scene, although I did all those years at the Mecca and I did Wigan Casino early on, it would have to be Major Lance live at the Torch. Simply because I so badly wanted to be at the Torch. Tony Jebb had left the Mecca, gone to the Torch, leaving me and Les Kikell at the Mecca. And for the next few months, I so badly wanted to be at the Torch. My first night there that Tony Jebb finally got me on with Chris Burton was the night that Major Lance performed live to 1,600 people. It meant everything to me, and I ended up being the head DJ at the Torch by the time it closed. I felt I'd really arrived with that night. There've been many nights since, like Frank Wilson at Togetherness and the thrill of getting Sandy Sheldon over, but that night, Major Lance live at the Torch sticks in my memory. It was the first time I realised I'd gone to become a DJ from just being a record collector.
As the Torch evolved and live acts were also considered as an option to attract even more attention to the club and also to the way this whole thing was starting to develop. More DJs were added to the roster and legendary DJ names from the northern scenes such as Tony Jebb, who then must have pestered Chris Burton a lot to then eventually achieve the inclusion to the DJ roster of Ian Levine. Because Ian Levine as a character was looked upon as maybe not going to fit in at that time with everything else that was going on, because he was predominantly a very dictatorial character, and we weren't sure this was going to fit in. But Tony Jebb convinced Chris that Levine would fit into the roster. So by the time the all-nighter got around to the Major Lance all-nighter, which was Biggie, there was live recording on that night. The DJ roster had got up to 6 DJs, which included, again, myself, Keith, Ian Levine, Tony Jebb, Alan Day and Martin Ellis. I'm sure everybody that was there on the night still remembers it. Still remembers helping the old Major through with a few of the lyrics, and he helped himself to the whiskey.
We got this divide between Wigan Casino and Blackpool Mecca, and I said, well, hang on a second, you know, I would think that if the Mecca wants to go in that direction, then there's people who want to go to the Mecca. With the Wigan, I would prefer it to stay as the stomping sounds of the original Northern Soul things. And nothing against the records like Ladies' Choice and etc., because they're good records in their own right, but I felt they weren't really very Northern Soulish. There were records that overlapped the Wigan Casino, Blackpool Mecca. If there was a dividing line, there were records that overlapped it, and some of the most incredible records that loved to this day by yours truly and everybody, things like the Carsters, It Really Hurts Me Girl and Hung Up On Your Love, Montclair's. These were absolute gems. Now to me, these were Northern Soul, but a slightly different beat. But when it got to more of a funky feel to it, or something that you could buy at most places or played and available at the same time, I thought that didn't really fall into the Northern Soul context.
You've got this strong-eyed mama are my only desire. I'm hung up on your love. I'm strung out on your love. Just can't divide. I need your love to survive. Yeah. You are my only desire. Yes, I'm hung up on your love. I'm strung out on your love. I need your love to survive. You are my only
In the early days of Wigan, having gone through the probationary period and being selected as part of the team, Russ, as far as I was concerned anyway, I'm sure was looking to build a team of DJs that he could mould into the image of the casino. He'd had many top DJs on there in the preceding months. People like Ian Levine from Blackpool Mecca and Colin Curtis had worked there. But he was looking then, I think, to build a team that could identify with the creativity of Wigan Casino. Talking to my good friend Kev Roberts, he tells me that, and Kev was there from the beginning, that he put my name forward as well, so I owe Kev Roberts a great debt as well. But most of all, I suppose I owe the crowd a debt because they were accepting the records I was playing.
During those days I had long hair because I've always been an originator, an innovator. I'd been through all the short hair scooter bit 3-4 years early, done there, been that, worn the t-shirt. I've appeared at the Mecca and I'm playing a certain type of music that doesn't look like me. In fact, the people at the time who were frequenting the Twisted Wheel were wearing and dressing in very similar fashion to what I'd done 3 or 4 years earlier. They'd come to the Mecca, saw this guy in crushed velvet pants, broad round leg shirt and long hair, and they must have thought to themselves, God help us, what's this guy going to play? And so when I hit them with some tasty sounds, it just did their heads in, obviously, because I didn't look like what was coming out.
Wigan Casino, September 23rd, 1973. I didn't want to go. I was having such a hell of a time at Blackpool Mecca. I fancied staying over the night, as I usually did in Blackpool, and I had no intention of going to a club where I didn't know the DJs, and it looked like a very short-lived week operation. By September 30th, a week later, I changed my mind because I was with a big crowd from Nottingham. We were on a minibus, we left the Highland Room, went straight down to Wigan Casino. A lot of my friends who were at the cutting edge of what was going on, and they were Mecca regulars, basically didn't like it and started to hassle Russ Winstanley, saying, you know, where's the sides? You haven't got the right records. So Russ Winstanley, very innocently, turned around and said, well, can you show me a man who has? So I'm not necessarily a man, but I was certainly a boy, and they pushed me onto stage. I was clutching a box of about 50 or 60 records, and I did have some stuff that was fairly exclusive.
Stayed on the scene now for 35 years. Since days of Blue Orchid, Dungeon in Nottingham, Mojo, Wheel, and Wigan, Varvars everywhere. Top of the world.
The reason I'm seen as controversial is because I've always been interested in music, interested in finding my own music. I've not been interested in following what somebody else is doing. I'm not that interested in somebody else's opinion that this is a great record. I listen to it, but that doesn't mean that I'll think it's a great record. And that's why over the past I've probably fallen out with, I fell out with, even with John Anderson, because I didn't play one of the things he gave me to play. In fact, I sold it because that was captain on my ship because I thought it was awful.
I was here at the wheel in 1970 when Dave Godin came down from London when he was Blues and Soul man. At the time, we were discussing music in the pub there next door, the White Hart. Mr. Godin said there's no terminology or no name for this music. And he quoted Northern, and he said that is a handy label, let's call it Northern Soul.
He provided a very handy label to describe a particular scene, but the scene certainly existed long, long before. It's just that we didn't have that handy label to describe it. You know, we described it as the dance scene or the young people's scene. We tend to forget that what we term disco music is in fact the product of an alien culture. It's an import from the United States, and more importantly, a product and creation exclusively of Black America. And this is not indigenous to Europe or Britain, and British and European musical roots are actually quite different. The great gift that Black America gave the world was the creation of the backbeat. A lot of soul music of the 60s and music which became popular through the discos was very much a simple rhythm which was very easy to pick out. I think it is in one sense unique to Britain, but there again I think it's because of the sort of atavistic roots of musical appreciation in Britain and you know, our own heritage.
It was at this time where Dave Godin started to get involved. He was writing for Blues and Soul, and all of a sudden he seemed to arrive on the northern scene. Him and Rob Bellers, again, were the driving forces behind this, bringing records to the scene which we'd never even thought about or heard before. And it was then that the scene moved forward by a giant leap into what is now known as Northern Soul.
Dave Godin, being what he is, was broad-minded enough to realise that there could be something outside the London record scene. It didn't take much persuading to come up north, and we actually met him. He arrived in a taxi on a very wet night. He got the train to Piccadilly, got a taxi to Whalley Range. We met him in Whalley Range, had a few drinks, chit-chat, took him down to the wheel. It completely changed overnight again, because it was now written about, and 2 or 3 weeks later there was a 2-page spread in Blues and Soul. Some would say it was the end and some would say it was the beginning. I think it was just part and parcel of development, really.
There was a great build-up of Dave Godin coming to the wheel. Nothing like it on God's earth. It was like the coming of the Messiah. Everybody, of course, had read about Dave's articles in the Blues and Soul and were mystified by this great soul genius, if you like, writing about the music, the scene, and he'd never at the time witnessed the scene in the north. The Twisted Wheel was at the time was the main place to be.
Originally we knew the music as new wave rhythm and blues, and from there I believe Carl Dean named it Rhythm and Soul, and then after that I believe Dave Godin termed it Northern Soul, which is where that stems from.
From the day I laid my eyes on you, I knew, girl, you were my dream come true. I tried so hard not to confess that you were the only one to ensure my happiness. So sweet, darling, I can't resist. I know I'm gonna miss. I wanna miss you, baby. A kiss goodbye could put a flame in my heart.
Although Northern Soul itself wasn't born until 1969, the seeds of the music go as far back as 1963, when such records as Heatwave by Martha Leaves, various Major Lance tracks including Monkey Time were actually produced and released, because at that time the sound itself started to change. The introduction of strings into records was moving fast away from the traditional rhythm and blues type, earthy type sound into a more silkier, more earnest type of music.
It would be about 1963. The type of soul music, R&B as it was known in those days, started to become of a style that carried the aspects of Northern Soul with it. 1963 onwards, you might say round about the time early releases would be Heatwave, Martha and the Vandellas, the Monkey Time, Major Lance. That type of style was evolving from 1963. There was a new sound coming out of Chicago and Detroit, very, very much aimed at the teen market, very, very much aimed at dancing rather than listening.
This was a unique scene. I was involved in its embryo form. It was a little thing. It had its own movements. It had its own characters. They all took Purple Hearts and got stoned out of their minds, but they all loved this marvellous music. This music that had this beat to it. It was just absolutely magic, and it just grew and grew and grew, and it was absolutely amazing to be there at the time.
We knew rhythm and soul, as we called it. Major Lance, Curtis Mayfield, the Impressions, and we were collectors, avid collectors of that sort of music. The music we tended to play then was very much rhythm and soul, which gradually moved forward in about 1968 to 69 to records that we were picking up as imports when we went shopping to places like Moore's in Leighton Buzzard. We were picking up things like Darkest Days, Jackie Lee. We picked up Baby Reconsider there, which became a big sound at the Chateau near Droitwich in 1968. There was a new era just coming along, which was quite different.
The first time I went to the Chateau Opener, I thought it was the best club I'd ever been to. There was nearly every other record was something I hadn't heard before and was absolutely a belter. That was the first time I ever come across import records. Do the 45 Sharpies, Baby Reconsider.
It was word of mouth initially, and it very, very soon got round, you know, that we were the place to come to. I mean, I had people that would come from Blackpool and Preston on a train, leave at 5 o'clock on a Saturday morning, get to me at 1:30, buy one record for probably a £5 in those days, say thank you very much, wait for the next list, and get back on the 1:45 train and go back home and get home at 11 o'clock. And that was a great day for them, because whilst I said the record was £5, up north it would have probably been 2-3 times that amount. So, plus obviously the scarcity of it, you just couldn't get them.
What's on your mind? What are you trying to tell me now? Are you feeling sad and blue? Because money is low and everything seems to go wrong. Trying to reach my goal too long to give up on my journey now. And I believe that I'm on the right track. That I believe that I'm on the right track. I gotta keep on stepping, never looking back. I believe that I'm on the right track.
Towards the end of the wheel, Rob Bellers and Phil Sachs, certainly Rob Bellers, because he was more involved in searching out records, and he would get records whether he'd heard them or not to see what they were like, and if they were good, and a lot of them were, he would put them in, and then they would become a sensation. Darkest Days, Jackie Lee, fantastic record. When that played, oh, the place used to go wild. But they kept bringing, him and Phil, but more so Rob, I think, kept bringing in these records.
I will have to say Rob Bellers at the time was very innovative with the sounds he brought in, because I was quite into British sounds, Teller, Chains of Love, and I had those in my collection. But he was one of the first guys who brought American imports on. He was one of the first guys who had the secret sounds. It sounds very elitist, but he could pick a winner. He could pick a great dance tune. I remember going around to Rob's house and he introduced me to some fantastic sounds, and he opened my eyes to the underground soul music, the guys who weren't fantastic stars in Chicago, LA, who had one or two, who went into a recording studio, did the initial record and forgotten. But he picked out the sounds.
I would say Rob Bellers was probably more open to listening to different records than other people, and why it all filtered down to just me and him, and well, that was only me and all I can remember. There were lots of people there interested in records, but it was just, I think, that our tastes were so similar that he knew that if I said this is a good record, it probably would be. And the same with him. If he said this is worth listening to, it was worth getting hold of.
What happened with the Twisted Wheel, there was this earthy sound originally, and a lot of people claimed to have been involved in the birth of Northern Soul, who weren't. People like Roger Eagles, for instance, maybe even Brian Wilson, whatever. So you had that sort of situation. There was I think, around that time, my best friend at Stretford Grammar School, where I attended at secondary school, was a lad called Robert Bellars. And because I'd been going to the Wheel occasionally on and off, I said to Rob, why don't you come out with me sometimes? And Rob used to come with me to North Manchester to some Jewish youth clubs and hang around with me and some of the Jewish kids, like the Barry Lees, the Ellis Cohens, the Brian Filsons. These sort of people, we all got together. We used to go to the Twisted Wheel. We used to go on a Saturday night, and Rob, as the sort of honorary non-Jew, would be a member of the team. And we'd go to the Twisted Wheel. Now, around that time, what dramatically changed things at the Twisted Wheel was that the Twisted Wheel record collection got stolen. And in fact, I got picked up by the police on a Saturday afternoon and interviewed about where they'd gone. I think the police had me down on their suspect list for having stolen the records, which was completely ridiculous.
The Wheel had a brilliant collection of English records. They got stolen. And as I recall, there was only me and Philip Sachs that had equivalent records. So we did a deal with a man called Mr. Ivor Abad, who owned the Wheel. If we give you the records, can one or both of us play them for the honour of it, blah, blah, blah. And we were selling them at the time, but that's neither here nor there. So that was the deal. Had the Wheel not lost their records, I don't suppose we'd have ever played them there, but I was into the music.
You know, when I started going to the Wheel, they was playing some rare soul, and eventually it got more sort of zingier and more lively. It evolved from R&B and the earthy type of music into the fast sort of pace, what was known as Northern Soul. and then more and more imports started to come in the late 68s, early 69s, and eventually imports eventually become the main news source for the scene during the course of 1970 and then into 71 as the wheel shut.
My dad had a shop and Mum had a shop, and I was never short of money, and I used to sell the occasional recreational pharmaceutical. There was a lot of things like that. In my early days, I had loads and loads of money, so I was buying lots and lots of records. And what gradually happened is that the stuff that was out on English labels, we started looking further afield. And also there came a slight change in the way that people were dancing in the Twisted Wheel. And certain names like Liam Haywood, Jackie Lee, these sort of names all developed. Sandy Sheldon, particularly remember things like the Olympics became popular. Numerous bands, and it became different, and imports became more important as well.
Shape I'm living in, she would surely take me back again. Oh Lord, I can't get a hold of myself. I'm in love, set on nobody else. Darling, you've been controlling my life. I don't know what to do. I keep reaching for you. Oh girl, I can't get a hold of myself. I ain't learned yet to live by myself. Darling, you were the one in my life. I'm just holding you tight. I reach out in the night. Oh Lord, I can't get a hold of myself. I'm in love, set on nobody else. Darling, you've been controlling my life. I don't know what to do. I keep reaching for you. Oh girl, I can't get a hold of myself. I ain't learned yet to live by myself. Darling, you were the one in my life.
In 1967, I was part of the formation of Soul City Records, which was the first record store in the United Kingdom that specialized in only black music. It was formed with myself, Dave Godin, and we had a third partner, Robert Blackmore. I don't know at that time, because we're talking about like the late 60s, and I don't know that Northern Soul existed so much as a phenomenon at that point. But we certainly did have records that would have later or would have appealed to a Northern Soul audience. I remember particularly Billy Butler, The Right Track, Major Lawrence, The Beat, and I think there were a couple other ones that later became Northern Soul classics. We released them, we knew there was an interest in them, we knew there was a demand for them, but I don't know that at that specific point, because as I say, we're talking like 67, 68, in that area that Northern Soul had been identified as such.
There was no imports played. The only imports that I can remember being played at the start was a Bobby Bland LP, which Call On Me used to get played off. There were no import singles. I couldn't say when the year was. I would guess it would be something like 1969. And it was when they brought J.J. Barnes' Real Humdinger appeared. Otis Lever, I can remember. One or two imports, people looked at them and thought they were pressings.
You seem to be singled out
this type of music was quite rare at the time, and these little clubs, the Twisted Wheel probably being the most famous, springing up all over the country. Of course, later on, towards 68, 69, the music did seem to change. Yes, we were playing the old Otis Reddings and stuff like that, but then the Incredibles, there's nothing else to say, and all types of different records that were starting to evolve. This, I think it was, they became faster. They weren't they weren't rhythm and blues anymore.
I imagine that very early on I must have sort of touched on the roots of Northern Soul with my very deep interest in the music of Curtis Mayfield. I was passionate about Curtis's stuff and anything sort of connected with him, so that took me into Five Stairsteps in QB, Major Lance, Jim Chandler, and even Walter Jackson to some extent.
The end of the wheel was the beginning of the Northern Soul era. Wonderful times. From then on in, we got places like Blackpool Mecca, we got The Torch, we got Wigan Casino. Terrific times, great music, but that was Northern Soul. Before the wheel, it was probably more R&B based.
You turn my bitter into sweet, boy. You turn my bitter into sweet. Sweet boy, turn my bitter into sweet. Sensational, unexplainable. Every time that you are near, you erase my loneliness. You charm away my fears. With you around me, life is really a treat. You have that love and power that turns my bitter into sweet. Boy, turn my bitter into sweet. Sensational, unexplainable. Every time that you erase my loneliness.
Through towards the end of the Twisted Wheel, the actual soul music did change from the sort of drifter style of the Temptations type of thing to a more upbeat, sort of 100 miles an hour type of dancing soul, which later became known as Northern Soul, and that particular music was transferred from there. It went on to other clubs like Wigan Casino, Blackpool Mecca, all the way through right to, in fact it evolved into the Ritz All Dayers. It became more disco-fied from there. It actually evolved into what is today's dance music. The real true mods were the Jewish boys. When I first started to go, and I used to watch them dance, and I used to think I'd never be able to do that. I could remember they used to have mohair suits on, but quite often without a tie at the top button done up, and it was really very smart, and they were excellent dancers.
30 years ago, there was a record that we made under a group called The Butlers, called If That's What You Wanted. Fair record, and here we are over 30 years ago. This record is what they say in America, the bomb over in England, and I'm just mystified by it. I mean, it's just a phenomenon to make a record 30 years, and 30 years later, the record is a hit. That's just a phenomenon. I'm just totally blown away about it.
Thank you very much for playing the song and listening and loving it. That makes me feel real good to know that, how's the word, my music will live on in your hearts.
The Regent Casino. I remember the performance there was so tremendous. It was so many people. And when we hit the stage, it was just so much love. Everybody was calling my name. Herbie, Brenda, Herb, Brenda. I was like, this is a part of the world I've never been to before, and they know me. They know my name. And I just had to stand there, you know, and look at them. And then when the music would start, it was high energy, so much high energy over there. And the people were right with you, you know? And they watched everything, they knew every word to your song. They were really in love with you already.
The Northern Soul scene at the time was not a Northern Soul scene. It really wasn't nothing about Northern Soul, it was just about soul music. But then slowly but surely there was a little clique off to the side somewhere who probably went to the Twisted Wheel, who started this little movement, like a club, if you will, like the Knights of the whatever. And they started this movement, small group, far from the mainstream, which is where I was, and they started calling it Northern Soul, and it became like looking for obscure records that the mass public wasn't into, so they could feel special and go, hey, we like something they don't like. We've got our own little thing here. And then you could go around and they could go around and tell people things like, I bet you've heard that, but have you heard this? You go, what is that? This is by Eddie Holman. Eddie Holman, I never heard that. Of course you haven't. It wasn't a hit. It's rare. Would you like to hear it? You know, and that's how they recruited people. It became a movement.
Over there, I can go over there and work all the time now because they have what they call all-nighters, where the show doesn't start, it's like a disco kind of thing. And the people go over there, they bring us American artists over there and we perform. And I appreciate Northern Soul because it has really helped me to maintain my status with myself as a performing artist.
I'm surprised that was a big song. It was a song that didn't get much attention at all in the United States, but it was one of those type of songs that we got together on, and I wanted to venture out and start doing some things in an up-tempoed beat, and this was one of the songs that Ragaboy and some of his people put together to give me that kind of attention, but I didn't think it was a great song.
The things that are being liked right now by the people over there are things that I was very close to, and I did them a long time ago, and I never forgot them. And I'm just very surprised and very thrilled that people appreciate that music because we really put a lot into it at the time.
London, la 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 me. I love you.
La La means I love you to all the lovely people in London.
Northern Star.
Delphonics from Philadelphia.
Northernsoul.
Sitting in our home, Northernsoul is what's happening.
You wanna change me, rearrange me. Why don't you just take me as I am?
We were very versatile. We had vibes in the band. We had various bongos, I mean, which no band was using then, and various unique percussion things that would enable us to duplicate the sound of the records when we played them. Motown, of course, was huge, and there were certain characteristics in the music that required certain instruments, and we were very versatile in that we incorporated that in our personal appearances and in our records. So, worked out very well.
When I went to England, the reaction that I got from the audience was fantastic. What was more surprising than anything is the reaction I got from songs that I never knew were that popular over there, and the way they were screaming and hollering and cheering for songs that I just never knew were that big. As a matter of fact, when I was called to come over and they sent me the list of those songs, I called back and told them that they had the wrong songs for the wrong artists, because I didn't remember those songs. There are songs that I never performed in America, and I didn't remember them. And I think it was my mom or somebody else said to me, "Oh yeah, don't you remember Beep the Beep the Beep?" And I said, "Oh, okay." So I was really surprised that they were that excited over those tunes.
I've been familiar with the Northern Soul scene for a number of years because there were several people from England that would write me from time to time, and I would send them records. But I didn't realize that it was as extensive as it is, I would imagine, because I mean it's certainly lasted through time, and it's just great that they are loyal to that era. And all of the artists here in Detroit are very, very much grateful for that.
You know what bothers me most about this industry is that sometimes it's like having two lovers. One that's not that faithful and the other one that's always faithful. And I'm not putting my country down, but a lot of times records that don't do anything in America are very big in Europe, in England especially. And it's been happening to me since my first recordings, going back to leaving the Del Vikings and recording on my own. Records that nobody even know in this country are big records in Europe, and it's really incredible. And a lot of my co-workers they're very lucky because today they're still basically, they basically can make a living because of England. And that's most important to all of us, to know that we do have that lover that's faithful to us, and that's England.
Come on inside, baby. Why are you standing out there? You can take that worried look off your face. I'm not even gonna act the way you think I am. Come on in, out of the rain, my friend. Talk to me till the sun comes in.
I really don't feel that any of the DJs particularly stamped their mark on the actual atmosphere or what went on in the club. They were a part of a scene, but they were part of an overall scene. And it is my own view, I might be wrong, but I do feel that none of them particularly stamped their mark and were particularly responsible for people being there. The music was, and the records that they actually played, but they were part of an overall sort of atmosphere that they created, part of it. The people themselves, largely the people, more than the DJs, created their own atmosphere.
The Torch had a lot of financial problems during its time, and even when the all-nighters were going on, and particularly around the water end of things, because we had enormous problems with the gents' toilets. And I remember vividly when we had a water bill from the Severn Trent Water Authority. I think it was £56, which seems a tragically minute amount, but we couldn't afford to pay the bill. And so they actually came up one day, and let's say it was a Friday, and turned all the water off, because that's the only way they had of saying, right, you can't pay your bill, we're turning the water off. And they turned the water off at the mains. But one thing they couldn't turn off was the fire hydrants. So we had at either end of the stage, going to the ladies' toilets and the gents' toilets, two huge fire hydrants on hoses. And what we actually did, we took these big long hoses and put them up into the loft and kept the water on from the fire hoses. And on the Monday morning, the local authority came round to say, you opened on Saturday without any water. And I said, that's not the case. And when they found out that the water hydrants were used, they weren't spare. But by that time, we got the £56 to actually pay for the water bill. That's true.
The first Northern Soul all-dayer ever was at the Witcher Civic Centre. And it was the biggest success ever. We had something like 3,000 people in there. And it frightened me, and I couldn't believe how busy it was. But they came from everywhere, coach loads. They came about by accident, because I'd booked Edwin Starr for the evening, and the agency phoned me up and said, look, we've got a chance of a booking for more money. I said, well, I've advertised it now. I need Edwin Starr. I've advertised it. I must have Edwin Starr. He said, and the agent said, well, there's no chance. I said, well, I'll have him at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I said, well, you must be joking. So I went back to the manager of the Civic Centre and said, what's the chance of having the Civic Centre from 12 o'clock till 12 o'clock? And he said, well, you paid your X number amount of pounds, I forget it was £100. And he said, yeah, well, you paid for it. I said, right. So I advertised an all-dayer with Edwin Starr, 4 o'clock, and it was packed.
My boss was Bill Pye, who'd started the Northern Soul originally, possibly about 3 years before I actually took over the managership of the Mecca at Blackpool. And I think he was responsible more than myself for sort of nurturing this Northern Soul than anybody possibly in England.
In September 1973, Wigan Casino opened its all-nighters, and after 2 or 3 weeks, Ian Levine was conspicuous by his absence, i.e. disappeared at 12 o'clock, and I found out subsequently that he'd left the Highland Room and gone as the guest DJ at Wigan Casino. As the area manager, having found out, I actually drove all the way to Blackpool the following week and summoned Ian Levine to the office, and short of cutting his proverbials off, warned him that he had a choice to make. The choice being loyalty to the Mecca Highland Room or to Wigan Casino.
Wigan Casino opened in about September 73, a few weeks after I in actual fact got to Blackpool, and apparently a few weeks later Ian Levine went over to the casino to do a guest spot. My boss in actual fact got to know about it, and next time he came on a Saturday evening to Blackpool Mecca, he grabbed Ian and hauled him in the office and really gave him a right dressing down and said that if he ever did it again he would be sacked, and that really was it.
Subsequently, the other DJ with him, Colin Curtis, he was doing guest spots, but I didn't find out about that until well after the event. But now, of course, many years after, we can sit back and laugh about it, but certainly Ian Levine is lucky to walk around with his manhood intact. That's how serious I took his treachery to go to Wigan Casino.
Blackpool Mecca, we carried on with this thing which was a combination of traditional Northern Soul and what was the disco jazz funk thing. And the secret was we had live acts as well. So we had Brass Construction, Sylvester, Players Association, Hamilton and the Soul Partners, Crown Nights Affair, which to me was, you know, the ultimate event because the Mecca was the home of Dream in a Dream, dancing and every beat of my heart and so on.
We used to get to the gig and there would be a queue a mile long down the road with people queuing to get in. Many of them had come from Warrington and all around there, and they used to come in and have a wonderful time. We had all the top DJs, Northern Soul DJs like Ian Levine and Pep and Colin Curtis, well, all of them. And we also brought in bands from America, like the Exciters.
Promoting in the 90s is very difficult. There are fewer people to promote to. Having said that, the venues themselves are fairly well attended. You get a lot of 200, 300 capacity venues, so the promoting side of things is more of the personal contacts, the flyers given out to people, and looking to people to support what scene that we've got.
Lawton started in February '96. Originally, great building, we're going to close it down, surplus to requirements. We started the Soul Night, keep people in jobs, and it's probably one of the best nights you'll ever go to. You've got to come along and see it. We do everything. We have the right DJs, the right music policy, and the right punters. That's what it's about. Lawton's about the punters, the music. Everything else is secondary.
I never really realised what my aim was until it was all over. It was like riding the crest of a wave all the time. You just got there, you did your job, you made sure it ran smoothly. And my aim in the music was really to promote Black American music, which is what I love and what the DJs are all into. And I could have done much better, I think, if I'd have been a little less naive at the time.
That is the wheel over there, that's the door where we went in. We had Junior Walker on down there, and even Tina Turner over there with her husband Ike.
I probably worked at the Twisted Wheel maybe for longer than anybody else. I guess it would be 3 years or so, right through doing the early sessions until the club closed in 1971. Yeah, so maybe even more than Roger Eagle.
There's no question that I started Northern Soul, but I didn't know it at the time. It wasn't called Northern Soul until Dave Godin named it so a little later on when I'd left the wheel. I did 2 years at Brasenose Street and I did approximately a year at Woodward Street. What happened at the end of the wheel for me was everybody wanted the same, more or less the same tempo dance records, because about 90% of the kids who went to Twisted Wheel were blocked after they had some amphetamines. And I got very, very fed up with two things. One, having to call ambulances and being put down for it because their friends didn't want them to go to hospital, to have their stomachs pumped. And on the other hand, not being allowed to play the full range of black music, because I'm a black music freak, right? I had to concentrate on a narrow band of music for dancing, right, which is Northern Soul.
People at the wheel were the coolest people in Britain, no doubt whatsoever. You know, we spent an inordinate amount of money on dressing, and it did have its real throwbacks to the mod scene. It developed after that, and I think that I think the first change I remember was the short sleeve button-down shirt. And these were Brutus shirts, Brutus the jean firm. And Brutus shirts weren't stripes, they were checks. And there was huge variety of checks. And there was a big store put by, well, we were like women really. And I should have realised the gay element to the Northern Soul scene at this particular time because of this. But we were like women. If you went to the Twisted Wheel and somebody else had the same check shirt you had on, you felt you had to go home and get changed. So we would search out individual check shirts. The DJ stand was exalted. I remember walking through it was the records, and there was a guy called Rob Bellers and Brian Phillips who a couple of months later I got to know very fortunately. And I was just enthralled by the atmosphere, the dancing, the records. It just grabbed me. And it was just, initially, I remember it got in 11:30, 12, and before I knew it was 6:30 in the morning, and I had a natural high. To this day, it was like an introduction to a new life. It was absolutely fantastic.
From the minute I started collecting what was to become known as Northern Soul, I craved to go to the wheel, but I was much too young. I mean, I was only 14 or 15 going to America and finding records like Rose Batiste's Hit and Run. By the time I was 16, I was finally old enough to go to the Twisted Wheel, finally got my heart's desire. And when I turned up there with a box of these rare records and everyone was amazed at this teenager turning up with this stuff, I met Rob Bellers. And Rob was the uncrowned king of Northern Soul. He was the man who took what was a mod scene, playing British released soul records, into a Northern Soul scene. I mean, the scene had lots of records that were like Northern Soul, records on stateside like The Incredibles and The Invitations, and all those Capital Soul Supply stuff. I mean, lots of records that, like Alexander Patton, that had Northern Soul flavour very much and still do. It wasn't specifically that, it was records released in England, so you had a lot of earthy records like Mr. Bang Bang Man and The Five Pipe and things being played at the same time. Rob transformed that and took the scene one step further into what we know as Northern Soul. He was very progressive-minded. He found these rare American imports people couldn't hear anywhere else and took the scene forward. So records like Jackie Lee Darkest Days became legendary, and Bobby Patterson, What a Wonderful Night for Love, which was a British release on Palmer, but no one knew had been released, and Rob actually covered it over, the first time a record had ever been covered over, called it Manny Harper. And lots of other records. He encouraged his mate Docker to bring a copy, I think that belonged to Carl Dean or someone else, of Leon Hayward's Baby Reconsider, and that became the first super rare record. But the record that Rob was most known for, of all, was a record on OK by Sandy Sheldon, a Van McCoy production, which was so rare and so obscure and so unknown and so epitomised the Northern Soul sound that was to dominate the next 30 years. Funnily enough, Dave Godin, when he first visited the wheel, brought it up with him, thinking he had a champion unknown record, and everyone turned around and says, oh no, Rob's already got that and been playing it. This one record by Sandy Sheldon quintessentially epitomised what was to become Northern Soul. It was quite simply the perfect Northern Soul record.
Trust in my heart with anyone, but I find I can't escape the tender trap you weave. I'm about to lose my heart. Said I do believe you're gonna make me want you. You're gonna make me need you. You're gonna make me need you. You're gonna make me love you. You're gonna make me have you. You're gonna make me want you, need you, love you, baby.
I personally, I love the wheel. I think in 2 years I only missed twice, and I can't remember the reason, but when they tried to shut it, we all tried to get together and write letters to the council. We wrote to the police, blah, blah. Got Dave Goddard involved, he kindly wrote a letter. But we knew it was going to shut. I remember when it shut, Edwin Starr was on, January 71. Les Cacao was like the last DJ. I think I gave him records, other people gave him records. Ian Levine was there. We were basically all giving records, but we knew it was going to shut. I remember people crying. It was one of the saddest days.
The Twisted Wheel was one of the major venues to play, and I think I played there at least 7 times in the course of the time that the club was open. And most definitely, the last date was the date that I remember most of all, because it was very, very nostalgic. It was very emotional. A lot of people flocked to the venue for that particular night. And even today, I still meet people who remember and were there for that particular last night at the Twisted Wheel.
It's ironic because the last night at the Wheel, probably on that one night they played more new sounds, which, as I know now, happened to be the start of this monster Northernsoul. And that was the night when it started because people knew it was closing. People didn't want to hear You Ready Now and 6x6 all night. They knew it was closing. So the idea was, I remember myself, Ian Levine, with Record Assemble, give it a go. People enjoyed the music, and I think that's from how it developed to how I understand it is now.
When I started DJing down there, I used to lend the guy on the early shift, which was the sort of 11-well-3 shift, the popular stuff, and I used to break a lot of the rarer stuff later on from 3-well-8. The only trouble is, as you build them up and get more popular with the dancers, they want them all the time, and you've got to keep discovering rarer stuff. Even though I had a lot of people after me head for playing too much rare stuff and unknown stuff.
I just jockeyed at the wheel from 1966 to late 67. Then didn't go for a period of time, but in 1969 when I returned, I noticed that the style of record had changed somewhat to more up-tempo Motown. And when I actually went up to the disc jockey, I noticed that most of what he was playing was on American imports. Very peculiar. I thought that we still had a scene, although I knew that the British stuff had dried up. But it's a whole new different thing, a different world for me. And it took me maybe 2 to 3 years to catch up with the situation of that.
Ladies and gentlemen, you know the custom has always been to introduce the spokesman to you before the story begins. So with no further ado, let me introduce myself to you. You know I'm Dr. Love, baby. Oh, you know I'm Dr. Love. You know the moment that I was born, my nurse gave me the old come on. In the science of love is a key, yeah. I had an IQ of 300. Psychology, yeah. I have a PhD because I'm Dr. Love, baby. If you're in love and in despair, and there is no one else to care, my prescription to you, yeah, would be a kiss or two. I'm Dr. Love. Oh, you know I'm Dr. Love. Now if you have a broken heart and you mind to make a brand new start, I have an operation, yeah, that's been a great sensation. You just get a day or two, yeah, because I'm Dr. Love.
We sat up very long hours trying to work out a name, and then we just came up with it as a theme, as in wheels, and then we were spinning wheel and all sorts of things, and then we just came up with the Twisted Wheel. It was such a silly name that we decided it was a good name.
The Twisted Wheel was a ground floor and a cellar on 2 floors. You entered through a sort of bar area, but the main part of the club and the dancing areas were all downstairs. Down there was really 3 main rooms, all interlinked from a sound point of view. But one of the rooms was also where the stage was for the live artists, and the DJs were in a different room, set in a corner really against one wall. And the actual decor, if I could call it decor, consisted really of a lot of wheels, subdividing each of the rooms, different makes of wheels, different sizes.
I DJ'd at the wheel towards the end when they had 2 lots of music, one playing from the other room and one playing from the stage. I played from the stage.
Carl Dean was the first chappie that I knew to play Maybe Reconsider. And, well, from then on it was on my wants list. Richard Selwood had a copy of that wants list. He sent off to the States with these wants lists quite regularly. One day, out of the blue, he rang me up and said, "Got Baby Reconsider." So I was round there like a shot. And haggled the deal with him, got it off him, and then I took it up the wheel. And as far as I'm aware, my only claim to fame is that I took that record up to the wheel.
A strain on my nerve, baby, and pressure on my heart. Please don't tell me, baby, that we'll have to part. Baby, we can shut up. Give me another chance. Baby, if you love me, don't break up our romance. Oh, yeah.
The buzz getting off the train, walking through Manchester up to the Dilly, and there's all these guys on the Dolphin. It was out of this world. And everybody knew everybody, but you were all in your own little clique. The next minute, everyone's just going on down the bridge into Whitworth Street, and that was it. And the minute the music hit you, it was just like a haze of electricity. It was just fantastic. All like-minded people under one roof, dancing away, bopping about, looking sharp.
One of the frightening things about going to the World when you were young, when I was 17, was that there were a few older lads who used to make a habit of trying to basically roll you and take your money off you, or anything else you had, as you were coming off the train into Manchester. That I didn't really like that when I first started to go, but as I say, when you've been going a few years, you just wise up to these characters and tell them where to get off. It even happened to me in the wheel. Somebody come up to me and say, give us your money, like, you know, and I said, just, you know, what are you going to do about it, like? And say who I was with, and they'd back off. Yeah, I didn't like that. That was one thing I didn't like.
One of the parts of going to the wheel was the anticipation of going to the wheel as well. And I say that would start sort of early on Saturday and work right through until you're in Manchester. Normally met somewhere on Piccadilly. There was a couple of cafes, one in particular, the Dolphin, where people would meet before they went to the wheel. And this was all part of the scene of people meeting, talking about records, talking about what they've been doing during the week. And I think one of the things about the whole scene, and I guess that sort of continued into the later years, I mean, was this feeling of being involved in something which wasn't common knowledge. It was a real underground scene.
You'd have your all your night bag, you'd have your Levi's on, your Levi jacket, you'd have all your drugs sorted out or whatever, like, and there'd be a big group of you, and that was it. You're chatting away about everything on the way down, and you were that excited. We'd get to Manchester, like, and we'd go in the Dolphin, a big coffee bar there, and we'd all still be carrying on talking and chatting. Then we all led on down to the Wheel, and it was opposite the police station, Whitworth Street. I remember we were always queuing up, like, and we were all loaded with whatever, bombers, Dexys, black and whites, you name it. And the police were just going walking backwards and forwards, coming in and out of the cars, and we were all there.
At the Twisted Wheel, with this guy, he were a good dancer, but he used to dance from wall to wall. He used to be wall to wall dancing, and he'd touch each wall with his hand. And as he was sweating, he used to wipe his sweat with his hands, and then he'd come out in the morning as black as an ace of spades. And but the place, it didn't matter. The place, it was a dingy, dirty place, but it didn't matter, because there was somewhere to go and dance, meet friends, listen to the music they loved, and that's basically, it didn't matter.
As you walked in the Twisted Wheel, it was a long corridor with a coffee bar and soft drinks on your left-hand side, toilets at the far ends. There also tended to be water running down the walls, very damp, and as you went down the stairs, it was dark. It was just like a dungeon, with arches, like railway tunnels, flag floors. As I say, very, very damp and dark, but the atmosphere was tremendous.
We worked for Betty and David Abardi, the owners of the Twisted Wheel, whose sons, Ivor and Phil, owned the Manchester Wheel. David rang me to say, rather than work in Blackpool, would I be so kind to take my record collection of, I don't know at the time, 400 or 500 soul singles to Manchester to DJ from there, as they'd been broken into and their rare soul collection taken, which would have been a nightmare. Because people, of course, travelled countrywide to end up on a Saturday night at the Twisted Wheel. That was the place to be. And of course,
in fairness, if everybody was making so much effort to travel by train, car and other means, to travel all that way for the all-night soul session and there was no records there, it would have been a nightmare. So I was only too pleased to have the opportunity to DJ for a few weeks, few months, as it was at the Wheel at Manchester. It was something I'll never forget.
I used to walk into the Wheel after queuing outside in the cold in the middle of winter, pay your money, go into the bar area. Sometimes I'd chat with people you knew, go downstairs and it used to be blazing out into those little rooms in front of the stage. If there was anyone good on, Oscar Tony Jr., Junior Walker and the All-Stars, Inez and Charlie Fox, all the other greats. Saw them all. I remember storming around, running around the walls virtually. Everyone had a great time. Stunning looking girls at the all-nighters too. Where are they all now?
Sometimes when you went in the Wheel, when it was winter time, there was a room just beyond the coffee bar called the cold room, and that was icy cold in there. But elsewhere it was like a furnace, and probably by 2 o'clock when the place was packed, even though you'd come out of a really cold Manchester night, inside was almost like a furnace. And you'd have to get down to a short sleeve, Ben Sherman and slacks, and anything more than that was just impossible. A suit jacket would be drenched in perspiration with dancing, condensation, and all the walls were painted with gloss paint, a light coloured gloss paint. There were stone walls, so there was just nowhere for the condensation to go other than collect on the walls and drip back down on you. So you were sweating it out, and within minutes it'd be dripping back onto your filthy, nicotine-ridden sweat dripping back onto your precious tonic trousers or onto your handmade shoes.
You was living for the weekend. You had such a good time at the Twisted Wheel. You didn't want the Saturday night to end. And when you finally recovered, it was probably about Wednesday, and you was getting ready again to go through the whole bit again. Also at the Wheel, there was many American artists who appeared. How they got them down there, I do not know. I saw the vibrations. They were that good. I went and watched them on the early session. We all had to go out 11 o'clock, and then they got in the queue to go in for the late session to watch them again.
The walls in the Wheel were painted white, and they were basically bare brick, although they'd been emulsion white. What held them up basically was cartwheels. Every internal wall in the Wheel had a cartwheel. Most of the ceilings had bicycle wheels. What we couldn't understand is why it was called Twisted, because most of them wheels were dead straight. The DJ booth was very narrow, maybe 3 foot, and it was a cage full of bicycle wheels. And if you got behind there, wow, they thought you were God.
I was the actual guy who introduced the acts at the wheel. Basically what would happen is I'd be telling people, you know, half an hour and Junior Walker will be on stage, and then get the nod and ladies and gentlemen type of thing. The acts really were just legendary. I could reel off many of the names. So I mean, Jimmy Ruffin was on several times, Edwin Starr, Benny King, Ike and Tina Turner, Inez and Charlie Fox, Arthur Conley. The names just come to mind. There's more. I mean, Billy Stewart, for example, Oscar Tony Jr. That was another one who came 2 or 3 times. Who else can I think of? There was Benny King, the Drifters, separately, and some of the sort of up-and-coming Motown acts of the day as well. And a lot of these artists were on several times. You know, once they'd been on there and enjoyed it, they would come back and do some more.
I used to work at the chateau at Droitwich, Chateau Whitney at Droitwich at that time, and the manager came over to ask me whether or not I'd do an evening at the Catacombs in Wolverhampton, and I was delighted to do it because I'd heard that it was a very popular scene, and I went up there and worked there for about 18 months, at least once a week, usually twice a week.
The first DJ at the Catacombs was himself and Farmer Carl, who is now Carl Dean. Why he was called Farmer Carl, I just don't know. We presumably lived on a farm, but whether he did or not, I just don't know. And he left. He had a falling out with Dobson, the owner. And then Bob Crocker came, and we did it together. And we had a second-hand record shop, soul shop, the R&A sound shop on Stafford Street, Wolverhampton. Unfortunately, we broke into one night. And the next day, we were going to drive into Leicester to see a chap called Jeff King, I believe his name was, who if it shows, he was the first bootlegger. And we were going there for stock. And unfortunately, just this side of Leicester, well, the Wolverhampton side of Leicester, the car hit a woman head on, and he was killed, and I was in hospital for 3 months.
Bob was, he was one of the most unusual people. He really sort of, very striking in every way, you know, and very dynamic, and he really, you know, he was really the first person I met who really sort of took my head off in terms of, you know, keenness and sort of pushing the music forward and really being sort of on, you know, wanting to be ahead of the game. You know, he was the first one who struck me as being like that. He was very lean and gaunt, you know, quite tall, and he was a dancer. He liked to dance. My first time I ever went in the shop, I was there trying to buy it because he had a shop called A&S Records in Stafford Street, him and Alan Smith. And I went in the shop one day and I mean, I was talking to him 1 minute, and the next thing he disappeared. He'd done a backdrop behind he'd done a backdrop behind the counter. And I thought, this guy's unreal, like, you know. And he'd done a clap and a backdrop, and that was. I thought, this is what it's all about, isn't it? Really, you know.
Told you time and again, baby, if you don't do right, yeah, I'll find another man. Girl, listen, baby, I just gotta show you, baby. Girl, listen, baby, I just gotta show you, baby. I know you got someone else. I can tell by the way you carry yourself. Right now I'm so disgusted, babe. Seems like no man can be trusted. Girl, listen, baby, I just gotta show you, baby. Girl, listen, baby, and I just gotta show you, baby. Girl, listen, baby.
Max joined us at the Catacombs, and slowly but surely he was getting more and more his foot in the door, so to speak. And he bought all the records from Alan, and then the one night, just before we were due to depart to go to the Torch, myself and Alan, Alan was sacked that same night, and he was told that you've got no records anymore, you're surplus, you know, we don't need you anymore because you've got no records and you're no longer a top DJ. Max has bought all your records, Max takes over. And I remember going to the Torch in the car, feeling really sad about it, and Alan said to me, look, they've told me I'm sacked, but they want you to continue, and they want you to do it with Max. And I refused to do it at the time, and by the time we'd gone to the Torch and spoke about it and come back the next morning, Alan had persuaded me to carry on and to stick with it.
There was a chappie that I have heard mentioned called Froggy, who I believe went off to France. It may be that he covered while Alan was in hospital, but when Alan recovered, he came to see me at my shop and persuaded me to come to the Catacombs, which I went to, I think very, very early in 1971, and I stayed there until its closure in 1974.
Nobody but you, babe. Nobody cares about me. Nobody but you, babe. No one makes me feel this way. No, no one, I say. Nobody but you, baby. Nobody but you, babe. No one understands my problem like you do. Nothing ever touched my heart the way that you touch my heart. No one makes me feel this way. No one. I keep right on a saying, nobody but you, baby. Nobody but you, girl. Nobody but you. Nobody but you, girl. Nobody but you. Nobody but you. No one makes me feel this way. No one. I keep right on a saying, nobody but you, baby. Nobody but you, girl. Nobody, you, girl. No one makes me feel this way. No one. I keep right on a saying, nobody but you, girl. Nobody but you, girl. Nobody but you. Nobody but you.
Unfortunately, when Bob Crocker was killed, Froggy then took over DJing at the Catacombs for, I can't remember how long it was, quite 2 or 3 months perhaps. And then I believe Alan S came and joined him when he came out of hospital.
I remember the first time I went to the Catacombs, along with Ian Levine and the late Les Chiquel in Leslie's van. And the big record at the time was Richard Temple, That Beating Rhythm, which we thought, well, it sounds like a cover-up, which was, you know, what they did, because the Catacombs was actually on Temple Street. So anyway, inside the club, the big record finally came on, and so I had to have a look at it. I didn't know whether it'd be covered up or not, but went over, peered over the decks, and there it was. It was in fact Richard Temple.
It's too hot for me to slow down, and my feet
Catechism was the first club I ever went to of any standing, although I'd been to the Lantern at Market Harbour. Fantastic feeling when you're 16, 17 and you go into this club, you go up a flight of stairs, it's like a big warehouse type effect. And queued up for ages to get in, got our memberships, got in there. I can remember there's a bar on the right-hand side and it was very, very narrow. It was only a few yards wide. I thought, what sort of club is this? And I could only hear music faintly in the distance. So what happened was you went down, that's why it's called the Catechism, you went down a narrow sort of corridor, and off it were little rooms with there were archways and tables. I can remember it really well. And down the end of it was the DJ booth on your right-hand side, which is quite well lit, and you can see the DJ in there working. And then there was a dance floor, and as you went down, it was like the music got louder, the atmosphere, and it got hotter and hotter, and the music got louder, and then all of a sudden there's an explosion at the end. So that's why that club had so much effect on me, the way it was set out.
The Catacombs in Wolverhampton was an old converted warehouse. One went up the stairs to it. I believe it was an old hayloft at one time. They were very old buildings that went right back to the times of horse-drawn vehicles. And I believe they used to keep hay up there at one time, where they used to lower it down to feed the horses. But anyway, that was long in the past, obviously. It became a haven for Northern Soul and the collectors of that kind of music.
Temple Street, Wolverhampton, walked in. There was this fantastic place where it was all tunnels connected, and the records came whistling down the tunnels, and all these characters, and it was just incredible. Bobby Hebb, Love, Love, Love was there for the copies of that turned up for the first time, and all these records I'd read about in Blues and Soul being played, and all these other records I hadn't got a clue what they were. Fantastic looking women, brilliant dancers, lots of people speeding out the skulls, and it was that was it. That was the next movement up.
I guess the first big, what I consider a Northernsoul club on that scene was the Catacombs, Wolverhampton. And the strangest thing that ever happened, like my first introduction to anything other than the music, was like pulling up and asking a few guys if they knew the way to the Catacombs. And one of these guys stuck his head in the car window and said, "You're going to the Catacombs, you want some gear then?" And I was perplexed at this and asked what the guy was on about. And one of the other guys, an older guy in the car, said, "It means drugs." And I went, "Oh, no, let's move on." But, you know, after queuing outside the Catacombs and getting in there, I couldn't believe the place was wringing wet through. There was perspiration and everything running down the walls, and your clothes were just covered in drips off the ceiling, off the walls. But the music was absolutely kicking. It moved you.
That's gonna get it for Gary's thing today, baby. A little switch out clothes. Can you dig it? Since Stewart's been the master doing it, like sitting between the tables playing what you're saying, trying to give you what you want, when you want it, where you want it, how you wanted it. I wasn't concerned about why you wanted it. The only thing that blew my mind was to know that you did want it. Knowing the time stands still for no one, I must pretend that I'm a river, and told a march rivatory. Get on to bigger and better things. In other words, I've got a personal case I've got to get on. 411, 110. You dig it? A whole lot of woman. It takes a whole lot of woman to satisfy my soul. You dig what that is? Look here. Y'all have a beautiful weekend, eh? Make sure it's a safe weekend and that something good comes out of it. Don't forget, today, that's a beautiful day. Tonight's gonna be a more beautiful night. But most of all, our day is gonna begin all over again at 12 o'clock midnight. And that word is the thing I want to talk to you about. The day that begins at 12 midnight tonight is the beginning of the rest of your life. Make something good out of it. I'll see everybody at the Al Green Bobby Womack show at the Fronton tonight. And after that, I'll see everybody down at Soul's place. That's my hangout. No such a line about it. Y'all walk tall and stay loose. Think about Gary. Remember that the master loves you. Nobody else does. Mighty one big ship to death. Till Monday at 2 o'clock, God willing, and my old lady's approval. Ciao.
I was the manager of the Mecca in Blackpool, which incorporated the Highland Room, which was the smaller of the dance halls within the Locarno building. And in those days, we didn't really know what to do with it. And hence the commencement of what is now worldwide and known as Northernsoul.
A famous blues and soul journalist by the name of Dave Godin used to write feature articles on different clubs that he'd visited. And from February to about June, word had been getting to him that this place up north in Blackpool, the Highland, was getting bigger and better, and the circle of people coming was getting wider and wider, not only from the northwest, but from places like Stoke-on-Trent, Nottingham even, Derby, Burton-on-Trent, and even from London. It sounds ridiculous, but he even came up from London for a weekend to this one place, this kind of temple of rare soul music. And it really, to me, it took its hold when Dave Godin came and saw for himself that the place was just absolutely rocking, ticking, wicked. And he just couldn't believe it. He'd never seen anything like it, because down south at the time, they were more into mellow, funk type, laid-back music. And here he came along, he walked into a place, he must have felt the foundations rocking to this 90 mile an hour, then popular dance music. That's all I can call it, dance music of its time, which was brilliant at its time.
Because of the work that I was doing, I moved down to London and used that as an opportunity to go and seek out people with records collections that had stuff for sale. And what I used to do was get the lists and then speak to people like Tony Rounds or Ian Levine, run through the list, knock out anything that was negative. It was a sort of a no, no, no. Well, that's a possibility. Have a listen to that. And then go around to people's houses, listen to what we thought might be good, and then really after just listening to it for 30 seconds or so, you had a feel for it, and then I used to sort of bring them back home with me, back to Blackpool at the weekends, and give them to Tony Jebb, and let him listen to them, and of course let him play them.
When I first went to the Mecca, the regular lineup was Les Cacel would start the evening off and Tony Jebb would finish it off. Les would play a lot of his records because he'd been a collector for some time, and a lot of Ian's records that nobody had, and if they did have access to them, probably couldn't afford them anyway. Tony would come on and play all the favourites at the end. I don't want to discuss it. Little Richard was a perennial evening closer at that point. I used to bring a few records up from my collection. I think I can claim responsibility for the premiere plays of certainly of Free for All, Philip Mitchell, which I I loaned to Ian, and Love You Baby, Eddie Parker, which I loaned to Ian in the first place, and I think a lot of RCA records which later got played, I Can't Change by Lorraine Chandler, Ray Page, Ain't No Soul. I had all these records, I just picked them up along the way, and they fit the beat.
I remember the first time that I went to the Highland Room on a Saturday night. I told my parents that I was going to see Ken Dodd and the Diddy Men because I wasn't allowed to stay out past midnight and I wanted to stay out till 1 o'clock or something. And that was when I first met Ian Levine and Tony Jebb. And when I somehow found a way to introduce myself to them, and they knew my sister and my brother-in-law, and they were really excited because I was just a young kid. And that night, I still remember it like it was yesterday. The sounds, the dancing, the clothes, the people there were just unbelievable. And it's a real standout in my memory. I've never forgotten it to this day. It made a huge impression on me, and I kept wanting to go back, and from then on it was sort of, how do I get to go to the Highland Room every Saturday night?
Love is a smile you give me that
There was a great explosion of music that came from the Mecca. Totally different than the music that came out of the Wheel. There were new records from only the same period, you know, 4 or 5 years ago, maybe 6 or 8 years ago at the most, perhaps. But different, when nobody had heard them before. It took soul on another stage, to another platform. But there was no doubt in the quality of that music. That's why it stayed the test of time, and it's proven that the Mecca really was a springboard for Northern Soul as I know it now.
The Highland Room. Well, I think initially it was probably built in the 60s with a Scottish theme, which in this day and age, Braveheart would probably go down quite well. But then, I think it was more to do with, you know, the Scottish hordes coming down during summer holidays and like creating havoc and raping, pillaging, plundering Blackpool, and then going home after the July fortnight. So maybe they did this place as a bit of a marketing ploy to get all the Scottish down here drinking lots of beer. Maybe they didn't think they'd end up with a load of pillheads who didn't drink a lot of beer, and like a nucleus of the babe that became Northern Soul, like, you know.
Well, one week I turned up and there was no Les Cacao. He'd got the flu, and it transpired that during the course of the week, through a combination of circumstances, Ian had been placed on standby. Apparently Tony Jebb had asked another Mecca luminary of those days, Renee Gelston, who by not any form of coincidence, I'm sure, currently runs a record label called Mecca Recordings. He was first approached and didn't really have the bottle to do it, partly because he felt it only fair that Ian played his own records for a change, and partly because I guess he didn't see himself as that much of a forward personality. But I witnessed the DJ debut of a very nervous Ian Levine, and I witnessed the follow-up the following week when Les still wasn't well enough, and for whatever reason went down behind the scenes. Ian took over the responsibility of starting the evening. Les had come back for a couple of weeks, but Ian had got the flavour for it by this time, and he'd said to Les, "Hey, hang on, they're my records, I quite like the idea of doing it myself." Didn't go down extremely well with Les. There were tears and tantrums, and eventually a compromise was reached whereby Tony Jebb would still finish the evening, but Ian and Les would alternate on a weekly basis.
I remember Tony Jebb sort of needed some assistance one night, and he got a guy in called Les Kelly done the wheel, but unfortunately he'd taken ill, and we had to try and encourage Ian Levine to actually, you know, go on stage for the first time. He did have quite a good name anyway, but we were all there on the first night, sort of encouraging him to have a go. I think Ian was one of the people that had sort of, if ever someone was going to discover any new sounds, he was the guy who was going to do it. A lot of people had records who everybody knew about them, but any new stuff sort of came from him. I think a lot of that came from sort of the sheer volume of stuff that he used to get anyway.
Tony Jebb was personality in brackets, if you could quote. Long hair, quite a vivacious character, and people actually came to see him, and he was a forerunner of cult DJing as such. Les Kell came around a little bit later, and it was quite stylised, the sound at the time. People were wanting, by late 71, people were demanding new sounds. It became the great sounds of Chuck Jackson, Teller. They were not passé, played the part of the evening, but people had a yearning, even people who weren't into buying the records, had a yearning for new sounds. The dancers wanted to have new sounds to dance to.
By the Last night I followed you to our old line, and girl, you wanted along. I saw him over you like I always, making them stop right and wrong. Kissing the lips that I thought were my own, but are you ready for this? I gotta go on. Are you ready for this? My love is so long. Are you ready for this? Woo-hoo, I love you. But deep down inside I know someday you're gonna be mine, oh man. 'Cause I'm gonna think about letting you put me down. Girl, if you think that I failed out in time, are you ready for this? I gotta go on. Are you ready for this? My love is so strong. Are you ready for this? Woo-hoo, still loving you, man. Are you ready for this? I gotta go on. Are you ready for this? My love is so strong. Are you ready for this? Woo-hoo, still loving you, man. Are you ready for this? I gotta go on. Are you ready for this? My love is so strong. Are you ready for this? Woo-hoo, still loving you, man.
I remember the long corridor and the entrance into the Highland Room, and as you entered, the place was pretty dimly lit, and there was a huge stage where the DJs were, and the records were coming out, and you'd see people running from the tables when they heard a particular record they wanted, and there was sort of a crescendo of sound as the big sounds that that time Tony Jebb was playing. The dancers were just desperate to get on the floor, and the atmosphere was fantastic.
You used to go into the Mecca, and you used to go up that escalator, and that escalator was the stairway to heaven, because that was where it all happened. And as you were going through the corridor there, you could hear the music getting louder. As the music was getting louder, your heart was pounding louder. And as soon as you walked through those doors, that's where you used to start. It was, how are you doing, CJ? How are you doing, Desi? How are you doing, Chris? How are you doing, Legs? And everybody was glad to see everybody. And it was just an exchange of this kind of fraternity of people. And everybody had a common goal that night. And they were all there for the music and for the company. And thinking about it now, it just takes me back.
Take
The highlight of the whole scene for me was undoubtedly the Blackpool Mecca, the Highland Room, 1971. And the anticipation, the build-up used to start probably on the Friday evening. You'd meet your mates and you'd play a few sounds around at somebody's house, and you'd say, well, have you got any gear for tomorrow night? And then if anybody didn't, they'd start to panic a bit about where they're going to get some from, and you say, oh, so-and-so's got some. You go around and see him, and then Saturday afternoon, and Saturday tea time, the adrenaline started to flow because you knew what was going to be happening later on. And you make sure you got your gear, you're well catered for the evening, and you can go around to your mates, whoever you went down to the Mecca with, get outside probably before the place opened, and the anticipation, oh, so-and-so's coming tonight, and so-and-so, and so-and-so, and there's this record, and then get inside the place, and it was just heaven on earth.
Driving on the coach until you arrived at Blackpool Mecca, paying your money to get in the door, going up the escalators. The anticipation would build up so much until you eventually got to that corridor, where you'd walk down that corridor and eventually the doors would open and you'd burst into this wonderland of music, of dance, of fun, of exuberance, of something that, you know, only lives in anybody's life and youth once, and it was really the most fantastic thing. And, you know, I envy or rather, I'm sorry for anybody who doesn't have an experience like that in their youth. It really was something. It really was exciting. It was dumbstrucking. It was like, you know, your heart had raised into your mouth as you came to the doors, and you waited to open the doors, and the music would blast at you, and you'd see all the other guys and girls out on the floor giving it some, doing all their stuff, and all those people who you only ever saw once every Saturday night, and you only met them then, but You met them at their best time when they were all full of everything. It was no problems brought to that place. It was nothing but fun, exuberance, a lust for life.
In the early days in the Highland Room, Stuart Freeman was the main DJ and was supported by Tony Jebb. Stuart Freeman used to play the Motown, the popular side of the soul music spectrum, but eventually there was a backlash of fans who wanted rarer sounds, better music, music that perhaps they travelled to all-nighters to listen to, and gradually Tony Jebb took over the mantle of being the #1 DJ. Right. He was influenced in some ways by Les Cacao and Ian Levine, and basically what happened then was Stuart Freeman was gradually ousted from the Highland Room.
The excitement we felt walking through the doors and basically running up the stairs to get to the Highland Room and to hear Fred Hughes' Baby Boy pounding on the dance floor was enough to make you flip and do somersaults all the way down the long corridor which led into the Highland Room, and there would be Tony Jebb and Billy the Kid just putting on one top sound after another, and before you knew it, it was 2 o'clock and time to go home, and it was just destroying to know that it was 2 o'clock and we had to go and make our way back. But the adrenaline of the night just kept me going all the way home.
Blackpool Mecca was an accessible location from most towns in the northwest because handily coaches went out there on a weekly basis anyway. So it was great, and it was almost like your local club because you just got on the bus at Moor Lane in Bolton, and as long as you had a tie, you'd get in the place. And we can remember, you know, obviously the paying and the escalators, and then when you met the first people in the corridor that led down to the Highland Room, and you'd be shaking hands and talking to those people, but then at the same time you'd be aware of the music and you were keen to get through that first corridor as quickly as possible and get into the Highland Room. And I always thought the sound there, rather like the Blue Rooms in Sale, was that much more. The sound system, because the speakers were coming down onto that was for me a very, very special thing, you know. You felt that it was really, you were with the music when you were out on the dance floor or even circling the dance floor, as opposed to having a set of speakers down on a stage somewhere pounding at you.
When 2 o'clock came, we would all go to back to my place. My mother had a boarding house, and there'd be probably about 20 or 30 of us go back. There'd be lots of discotrons, lots of music worth lots of money, and there'd be different music playing in each room. You could fly around in all the rooms till like 8 in the morning, and everybody would be draggled out in the morning. And then once the all-nighters started, not so many people stayed. We'd all finish at the Highland Room at 2 and then go off to the torch.
Out in the streets again. Out in the streets again, baby. Out in the streets again. Since my baby found someone else, I don't know what to do with myself. Walking in the rain, running Love is your direction. You're traveling straight ahead. Don't let the frustration drive you out of your head. A little love and understanding can go a mighty, mighty long way. Oh, yes, it can. When you hurt the one you love, it's a doggone shame. When you hurt the one you love, you cause misery and pain. When you hurt the one you love, you ain't satisfied till you hurt the one you love, and you run 'em on out of your life. When you're hot and bothered, you don't know the reason why. Don't transfer your frustration to the other guy. Listen, oh, he's got his problem, and he don't have to see things your way. No, no. When you hurt the one you love, it's a doggone shame. When you hurt the one you love, you cause misery and pain. When you hurt the one you love, you ain't satisfied till you hurt the one you love, and you run 'em on out of your life. If you want to rant and rave about the things you don't understand, all you got to do is listen. Talk about it like a man. 'Cause everyone has his problems, and he don't have to see things your way. No, no. No, no. When you hurt the one you love, it's a doggone shame. When you hurt the one you love, you cause misery and pain. When you hurt the one you love, you ain't satisfied till you hurt the one you love.
The wonder of Wiener World.